Race. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Mic check 1 2 3 4 5. Tonight we have a 12 dash card. The feature comes up in a race 11. It is the Philly Mares Preferred 3 and Elm Grove Mistress from Post 1. It is my top choice along with Ms. Moist right alongside with Adam Murner. And I like the 5. She's in the moment, going with a 1 2 5 triactor, and Scott McLean can book it.
Tom. Post time. Deep stretch now. Shut the camera
up. Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening and welcome everyone to Redshores Racetrack and Casino here at the Charlottetown Driving Park on this cool Thursday evening. Yes, Mother Nature has flicked the AC switch here today and it has been a cool day here on PEI. 14 degrees currently, feels like 12 degrees, so it's a cool evening for racing. But it's a great card tonight, 12 dashes. We have the Island Oceans grassroots for 4-year-olds and younger in race 2. Then we have 2 divisions of the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series for 2 and 3-year-old colt and filly trotters as well, coming up in race 4 and 6. And we also have the feature coming up in race 11. Hi everyone, Kurt Hughes here at the HBI broadcast desk. The Filly Mare Preferred 3 highlights the card in race 11. And the 1 Elm Grove Mistress and Jason Hughes, they're my top choice. It's a really solid field. Ms. Moyes has posed 2 with Adam Murner. Philly 47 has posed 3 for Mark Campbell. Miami Sealster posed 4. Brazil Barrio, she's in the moment, and Mark Bradley have posed 5. Better Than Men and Corey McPherson have posed 6, and Atlantic Star has posed 7 for Mike McGuigan. And Mark Bradley closing in on 1,000 wins. He's sitting at 996, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. But for now, let's send it up to track announcer Vance Cameron for all of tonight's program and equipment changes.
Thank you, Kurt, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Redshores Racetrack and Casino at the Charlottetown Driving Park for tonight's racing program, event number 42 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, there is a 1-second wind variant, and it's 14 degrees Celsius the temperature at this time in Charlottetown. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Province's Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge is Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Gary Devine and Mr. Dylan Allain. Now here are tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race, number 3, In From the Country, has an ownership change. The new owners are By a Country Mile Stable of Albury Plains. Number 4, Talk Some Smack, that is, has an ownership change, and he's now owned by Talk Some Smack Stable of Charlottetown. Number 7, J.J. Kinley, will go from blind to open bridle. Next change, go to race number 4. In the 4th race, number 1, Magiant Raptor, removing the side rolls, adding a Pelling pacifier. Next change, turn over to race number 8. In the 8th race tonight, scratch number 1, Southwind Arturo, he will not go. Race 8, scratch number 1, Southwind Arturo. Turning over to race number 9, scratch the 2 entry, Windermere, No Harm Done. Race 9, scratch number 2, Windermere, No Harm Done. No changes in race number 10. Going over to race number 11, tonight's feature, the 1 entry Elm Grove Mistress has a chart line that does not show. It's the 12th of September Summerside Fast Track. Scoring from post 6 was a race winner in 156 and 2, driven by Jason Hughes. Turning over to race number 12, tonight's finale. In the 12th race, scratch number 1, Lions Jenny Lee, and scratch number 5, Salisbrook Ocean. Race 12, we have scratches of 1, Lions Jenny Lee, and 5, Salisbrook Ocean. So that wraps up the changes. The Par Mutual windows are open and selling. Race 1 post time. 6 o'clock. You have 20 minutes to make your first race selection. So let's go back to my co-host Kurt Hughes on the race day broadcast desk to set up the betting menu and promotional plays.
Thank you very much, Vance. Yes, Red Shores is pleased to offer the new early pick 4 with a $500 guarantee pool beginning on race 2. And the super high 5 is on race 5 and again on race 12 with a low 15% takeout. And on track S, the pick 5 starts in race number 6. And ballots are inside the front cover of tonight's program. The jackpot is $500 and your ballots must be in before the start of race number 6. And you can also tag your ticket with the wild horses for a chance to win a $25 jackpot on each race. And welcome to our HPI players. We appreciate your business and you can use your account right here on track with our free Wi-Fi and beat the lines. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able for the playing of our national anthem.
Now, back to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live. I'm your host, Kurt Hughes, here at the HBI broadcast desk. Thank you for joining us here this evening. Tonight we have a 12 card. We have the All-Star Cresting Trot race in race 4 and 6. We also have the Island Oceans trot race coming up in race 2, and our feature race comes up in race 11. It's a field of 7. My triactor ticket looks like a 1-2-5 in there. I like Elm Grove Mistress on top of Ms. Moise, and she's in the moment. Elm Grove Mistress has been racing super lately. She was a winner here last time in Charlottetown on September 8th for David Dowling in 56-1, and then a few days later, just on Monday night, she was a winner in 56-2 in Summerside. That is the line to be announced for Elm Grove Mistress. She had post 6 in there, and Jason Hughes was in the seat in Summerside. So that line to be announced is a win in Summerside on Monday night. So let's take a look at that replay from Monday night. Here is Elm Grove Mistress and Jason Hughes victorious.
Princess underway, trailing the field. That is Ultimate Flying Nun halfway home in the 7th. Elm Grove Mistress got him there in 58-3. Wow, they shut her down in the second panel, arriving at 5-8, led by Elm Grove Mistress. Pickpocket Princess up to challenge the leader. Racing from 3rd, Rock the Baby. Dolly Sky is second over 4th. Then in 5th, Levion Rose. Ultimate Flying Nun, the trailer. 3/4, that goes to Elm Grove Mistress. On the outside is Pickpocket Princess. The 3/4 up in 1:28 flat. They're down to an 1/8 to go. Elm Grove Mistress opens up. Rock the Baby is second. Dolly Sky way wide. Levion Rose comes up the rail. Deep in the stretch. They land on the wire next. Elm Grove Mistress for the Blue Knight Use. Second, that's Rock the Baby. Levion Rose will finish 3rd. The time for the mile to Elm Grove Mistress in 1:56.2.
Yeah, she closed it out in 28-2 on Monday night. It was a real good trip. She was stretched out there heading to the quarter, 27-4, and she didn't make front until just past the quarter, but Jason was able to get that great second quarter breather there, and she was able to fend off that late challenge down the stretch, and she got it done. And in Charlottetown on last Thursday night, she put together a real good mile for David Dowling. She busted off the wings on that night from post 4, got away 2, ended up getting shuffled to 3rd, but then used the old brush and crush style of racing, and she came first up, cleared, and was a winner in 56-1 for Dowling, 29 flat. Jen Doyle doing an incredible job with this mare. She's in for a price again tonight. She gets the rail and it gets a real good group of mares, but I think she's will be up for the challenge. I like her on top of Ms. Moise and Adam Murner, who's put together a win and a 3rd in her last 2 over She's in the Moment, who was a real good second to Elm Grove Mistress last week. And Mark Bradley, who I mentioned earlier, is sitting at 996 wins, looking for win 1,000. That milestone is not far away, and he could inch closer tonight. He's got a few live mounts on the program. So we're about 10 minutes away from our opener here Thursday night, and I'll be back after the post parade to pick up my top choices.
The first race pacers and their drivers are on the track for the post parade. Number 1, DC's First Girl, owned by Dave Kelly and Charlene Cypher Springvale. The trainer-driver is Dave Kelly. 2 is Nothin' But a Good Time, owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Gerald McDougall. Miles Heffernan Sr. will drive. Gary Chappell will do the post parade. In from the Country 3, now owned by a Country Mile stable of Albury Plains, trained by Brendan Curran, Mark Bradley driving. Talk Some Smack number 4 is owned by the Talk Some Smack stable of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Todd Walsh. 5, Tobago Paradise, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel, trained by Gordy Hennessy. Adam Murner drives. Windermere Kirk 6 is owned by Paul Doyle of Charlottetown. Paul is the trainer. Tonight, Mark Campbell. Number 7, J.J. Kinley is owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained by Vaughn Doyle. Kenny Arsenault drives. 4 minutes wagering time on the first. This is Race Day live from Red Shores. Kurt Hughes is next with the top contenders. He'll also touch on the Drive for Charity Holiday Edition with the reception that was held last night.
That's right, Vance. The Drive for Charity promotion, it's back on. It took a hiatus for a couple years due to COVID, but the Drive for Charity has returned, and it is a great charity that 10 drivers participate in, 10 of PEI's best drivers, and they're going to team up with island businesses to raise money for local charities, and each win will earn $30 towards their charity, and the charities and drivers are Dale Spence and Redshores Racetrack and Casino. They're going to team up, and their charity is the United Way. PEI Harness Racing Industry Association and Adam Murner will team up, and their charity is Joy Riders, and Daniel R. Ross Limited and Jason Hughes. They're going to team up, and their charity is Camp Genchef, and I'll list the other drivers and their charities as we go on here on this Thursday evening. But great to see the Drive for Charity back on here on Prince Edward Island. And the Drive for Charity, it kicks off tonight, September 15th, and it will run through to December 4th, just in time for the holidays. And so great to see it back as we get going here on a Thursday night. Race 1 starters are on track. We have the early daily double for wagering. We also have the exactor, superfecta, and triactor wagering. The win play show and that wild horses tag. Jackpot, as always, is $25. And there is Tobago Paradise on the track right now for Adam Murner, a 3-year-old gelding by Tobago K's, owned by Giselle Bernard of Bethel. Gordy Hennessy, the trainer, and still looking for that first win, but had a pretty nice season. 11 starts, 7 for 11 in the top 3. A really good second last time out, beat by 5 1/4 in behind Redland Samson, but a nice mile there, 59 and 4. A good trip 3 back as well from post 7 on the outside there in the middle portion of that mile. Ended up third place, second in 2 minutes 1/5. Murner in the bike again this week. Tobago Paradise, my top selection in here at 4-5. And there's a look at the 4 Talk Some Smack, now owned by the Talk Some Smack stable of Charlottetown. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Art Speak. Todd Walsh, the trainer and driver, shipping in from Ontario, putting together some pretty nice miles there on the half-mile ovals in Ontario. Grand River, a couple nice trips in 201 and 59 and 2 last time out for Natasha Day, and a nice trip there in Hanover in 202. So making his PEI debut, Todd Walsh has had great success purchasing these horses from Ontario. He purchased a nice mare there, Better Than Men, and he's done great things with her. So we'll see how he does here with Talk Some Smack from Post 4, currently at 4-1. There's a quick look at J.J. Kinley as we get set to go here on a Thursday night. A real good trip, 2 back, 59 and 1. Real nice miles. Pretty well sub 2 minutes all the way down her card. So this mare has a good closing kick there. Like I say, 28 and 3. She closed it out 2 weeks ago. So I like J.J. Kinley and Kenny Arsenault to round out my triactor ticket. I'm going to go 5, 4, 7. 5-1 currently on the 7. The field for the Thursday night opener, lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 1 here in Charlottetown. Back up to track announcer Vance Cameron.
DC's first girl, nothing but a good time. In from the country, Talk Some Smack, Tobago Paradise. Windermere Kirk, J.J. Kinley, top of the stretch. Here they come. There they go, and off stride goes the 2. Nothing but a good time. Into the turn with the lead. Talk Some Smack. Away second is DC's first girl. Windermere Kirk from the outside third. To get away fourth, Tobago Paradise. J.J. Kinley is fifth. Off stride. That's in from the country. And Fancy stepping at the rail. Nothing but a good time. So on the backstretch, led to the quarter by Talk Some Smack for Todd Walsh. Racing from second is DC's first girl. Third is Windermere Kirk. Racing from fourth, Tobago Paradise. Then with the leaders in fifth is J.J. Kinley. There goes the inquiry sign. The first race under a judge's inquiry off a 30-2 opening quarter mile. So not a lot of step here in the early going as they arrive at the 3-8. Newcomer to Charlottetown is Talk Some Smack, the leader. Second is DC's first girl. Windermere Kirk is underway in the outside third. Following out fourth, Tobago Paradise, J.J. Kinley fifth. In the backfield, nothing but a good time, and the trailer in from the country. So they're halfway home in the opener. Talk Some Smack in 101 and 2. From the outside, it's Windermere Kirk second. In the pocket, DC's first girl is third. Tobago Paradise fourth on the outside. Fifth up the rail is J.J. Kinley. Then nothing but a good time. And in from the country, the 3/4 coming next. And they're led there by Talk Some Smack. Opening up by 2. The tempo picks up now. Between horses, Windermere Kirk is second. On the rail, DC's first girl third. Tobago Paradise is 3 wide fourth. And J.J. Kinley has a wall in front of her fifth. 3/4 up in 132 flat. Down to an eighth of a mile to go, and a clear lead here for Talk Some Smack to bring them on home. Second, that is DC's first girl. Coming up third is J.J. Kinley. They land on the line next. Talk Some Smack will take Todd Walsh all the way to open it up. Second is J.J. Kinley. DC's first girl third. 2-0, 3-2.
All right, we'll get a look at the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media here for the Thursday night opener. And the Red Baron, Todd Walsh, trainer and driver of the 4, Talk Some Smack, making his PEI debut here tonight and makes it a winning one here as Walsh put him right on the front end. He busted off the wings well here for Walsh, and he got to the front 30 and 2, half and 101 and 2, 3/4 132, and then he had enough left in the tank there to get the job done here. 203 and 2, a real nice win here on the front end. Talk Some Smack gets it done here in race 1, and that is a maiden break-in victory. 5th parimutuel start for this 3-year-old gelding by Art Speak, and Walsh continues to pick them out of Ontario, bring them to the island, and have a lot of success, and he continues here with Talk Some Smack. We'll see them back in the Red Shores Winner's Circle in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are 2 judges' inquiries underway in the first race. The first one involves the break on 2, nothing but a good time at the start. And the second one involves the break on 3, in from the country. Talk Some Smack arriving at the first race winner's circle. Bay pacing gelding 3 by Arts Peak from the Estrellos Dam, Astrine. Owned by Talk Some Smack Stable of Charlottetown, trained and driven to victory by Todd Walsh. And the colt picks up a maiden record of 203 and 2. Talk Some Smack. Welcome to Charlottetown.
Okay, here's a look at the ongoing inquiry here in our Thursday night opener. Hold on to all tickets as the judges take a look at racing action here in race 1.
This race replay is brought to you by Sintrack Print and Graphic. Here they come, and it's Sintrack for the win with exceptional print products, exceptional graphic design services, and exceptional value. Sintrack Print and Graphics, 902-892-7719.
Now the results of the 2 judges' inquiries in the first race. The first inquiry involved the 2, nothing but a good time at the start and the break. There was no violations there. And the second inquiry involving the break on 3, in from the country, made the break on his own, did interfere with the 2. In from the country finished 6th and will be placed 7th. Here's the official results now in race 1. DC's First Girl, third. Nothing But a Good Time finished 7th, was placed 6th. In From the Country finished 6th, was placed 7th for interference on a break. Talk Some Smack, the race winner. Tobago Paradise, 5th. Windermere Kirk, 4th. J.J. Kinley finished 2nd. Fractions went 30 and 2, 101 and 2. A 132, and the mile 203 and 2. In review, after the placings, it's 3, 6, 7, 1, 5, 4, 2. Talk Some Smack paid $8.20. The exactor was $18.10. The triactor $97.70, and the superfecta was $70.66.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hbibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Enjoy the action from our restaurants, grandstand, simulcast theater, or the casino, and you can place your bet at the track on your smartphone too through hbibet.com and just click on Red Shores guests when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page, and it's just another way to enjoy your guest experience here at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi. Okay, we're 6 minutes away here from race 2. It is the Island Oceans Trot Series Grass Roots, and purse $3,500. I'm going to go with a 2-4-1. Post time picks likes 2-4-1 as well. Classifier's choice going with a 4-2-1 in here. Post break coming up next.
Second race, the Island Oceans Trot Series. Along for the ride one is owned by Ambrose Labor of Morel, trained by Brian McPhee. Amber Campbell drives. Striking Pride 2 is owned by John Bro, Jillian Finesse, and Paul Morrison. Paul does the training, Mark Campbell up. Bird's Legacy 3, owned by Robert Honcoop of Allison, trained by Bill Lanigan, Jason Hughes. Oliver Ride 4 is owned and trained by Janice Hubbard of St. John, New Brunswick. John Davidson drives. 4 minutes wagering time in the second. It's the start of the early pick 4 with a low 15% takeout.
Okay, we are kicking off the early pick 4 here in race number 2. In this second race, I'm going to go with the 2 Striking Pride for Mark Campbell. In the second leg, I'm going to go again with the 2 How Mac, Julia, and Jason Hughes. And then in race 4, the third leg, I'm going to go with the 5 Twin B Harry and Gilles Barrio. And then I'm going to close out my pick 4 with the 7 Silly Amos in race 5, and it's also the Super High 5 coming up in race 5. Vance and I will have our Super High 5 tickets. So there's a look at my pick 4. I'm going to go 2-2-5-7. And now we're getting a quick look at the 2 Striking Pride and Mark Campbell on the screen right now. 4-year-old mare by Striking Lindsay, owned by John Bro of New Brunswick. Jillian Furness and Paul Morrison of PEI. Paul Morrison, the trainer. A real good trip last time out. They made their way first up, and they cleared to the front and then made that break, finishing third in 2 minutes 4/5, and a super mile prior to that in this Island Oceans grassroots series, winning by 7 and change in 58 and 3 from post 3 right on the front end. That's the way I see it setting up here today in this compact field. I think Campbell's going to be really aggressive with her, and I think he's going to go rolling right down the road with her. She is my top pick in here, and currently 3-5. And now we're getting a look at Hall of a Ride. Hall of a Ride raced super last time out for John Davidson and trainer Janice Hubbard. Janice also the owner from St. John, New Brunswick. This is a 4-year-old gelding by Angus Hall. He was putting together a real good mile there. Big fractions, 29-1, 58-1, 128-2. He ended up going inside a few pylons around the last turn, ended up finishing second, disqualified to 5th, but a real nice mile nonetheless, 58 and 2, and a real good mile down there, a 5 back where he was a winner, 59 and 2. Nice horse, this horse, and so I look for him to be second on my ticket from post 4, 8-5. Along for the ride, 3 wins, 2 seconds from 10 starts, a mark of 2 minutes 2/5, and putting together a real nice season. 3-year-old filly by Merchandiser. Along for the ride is driven tonight by Amber Campbell, trained by Brian McPhee, and Ambrose Label from Morel is the owner. Wired the field in that PEI Colt Stake in her latest effort there. Right down the road, winning by 4 and change in 2:02 and 2. And a real good trip in a lady slipper, finishing second to Defriend. Trotted her mile in 2 minutes flat. This is a real nice filly, and so I like her to round out my ticket at 7-2. the Island Oceans Trot Series Grassroots, lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It's post time for race 2. This race is presented by JD Marine and Diving, and so the trotters are lining up. They are on gate. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Along for the ride. Striking Pride. Bert's Legacy. Oliver Ride. Starting gate. Wings round the turn. Entering the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and trotting Oliver Ride comes from the outside to lead them into the turn. Racing second along for the ride. Then from the outside, that's Striking Pride third. Fourth one around the turn will be Bert's Legacy. So they're over to the opening 8, and it's Oliver Ride for John Davidson by 2. From the outside, Striking Pride is second. Along for the rides in the pocket third. Trailing fourth, that is Bert's Legacy. So along the backstretch, approaching the opening quarter, Oliver Ride will get him there. Striking Pride takes a seat now second. Third around the turn is Along for the Ride. Gapped out and trailing fourth is Bert's Legacy. 28-3 opened it up. On past the 3/8 they go, and it's Oliver Ride, the fraction center. In the 2-hole, that's the heavy favorite, Striking Pride. With the leaders third, that's Along for the Ride. Then the trailer fourth is Bert's Legacy. They're halfway home, led by Oliver Ride. Racing from second is Striking Pride. Along for the Ride into the turn third. Trailing fourth, Bert's Legacy. 57-3. Incredible fraction in here for this very compact field. And Oliver Ride, serious leading for Davidson. Second is Striking Pride, racing from third. That's Along for the Ride, and offside in the backfield goes Bert's Legacy. 3/4 next, Oliver Ride getting him there. Striking Pride is coming to the outside now second. Along for the Ride third. Bert's Legacy fourth. 3/4 in 1. 28 flat. They're down to an 1/8 of a mile left to trot. Oliver Ride at the rail. Striking Pride is right alongside him now. Third at the inside. That's Along for the Ride. Down the stretch they come. 3 of them across the track. Striking Pride on the outside. Along for the Ride at the rail. Striking Pride and Campbell on the line win. Along for the Ride was second. Oliver Ride third in 1:58.4.
Okay, 14 degrees with a 1 second variant for the wind. And wow, nobody told the trotters this weather here today and the wind, because they just put together a hot July mile here tonight. What an incredible mile here. Oliver Ride and John Davison, they left off the gate really hard. They got to the front. Before the turn, they were crossed over to the lead. So he left off the gate really well, but hot fractions, 28-3, half 57-3, 128. Mark Campbell had his intentions set on the front, but had to go to plan B. Sat the 2-hole, pulled pocket at the 3/4 pole, and drove right on by down the lane to get it done here. 158-4, an incredible mile here tonight in the off track. 1 second variant due to the wind, but Striking Pride, 4-year-old mare by Strike and Lindsay, gets it done. 158-4, an incredible mile here tonight in the Island Oceans Trot Series Grassroots.
Striking Pride arriving at the second race. Winner's Circle trotting Bay Mare 4 by Striking Lindsay. Off the Amigo Hall Dam, Hamax Pride, owned by John Bro, Jillian Furness, and Paul Morrison. Trained by Paul Morrison, driven to victory by Mark Campbell. Top of the mile at 158 and 4. Striking Pride in the Island Oceans Trot Series.
This race replay is brought to you by Windermere Farms. The top tier of Atlantic Canadian stallions have their hooves planted firmly at Windermere Farms in Springville, PEI. When breeding an Atlantic Canadian champion, look no further than Malicious, Legion of Honor, Source of Pride, and Somewhere Fancy. Go to windermerefarmspei.weebly.com for more information.
Here's the official results in the second. Along for the Ride was second. Striking Pride the winner. Bert's Legacy fourth. Hall of a Ride third. 28 and 3. 57 and 3. 128 and the mile 158 and 4. From the top it's 2-1-4-3. Striking Pride 280. Exactor 1450. The Triactor 1750. The Superfecta was 375 and the early daily double at 2370.
The Atlantic Invitational Series Road to the Premier's Cup began with the Walterdale at EPR, with events around the Maritimes, including the Governor's Plate, Lindsay Cup, Premier's Pace, Gogwin Memorial, and it's winding down. The Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial is just a couple weeks away, and it all leads to the Atlantic Invitational Premier's Cup on October 9th in Charlottetown.
Ms. Chantal Maccabee is the one, home by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie, trained by Jay Noy. Kenneth Wilkie drives. Hamac Julia 2 is owned by Doug Matheson, Janet Sanderson, and Dunsand Farms, trained by Nick Oakes, Jason Hughes. Georgia Thompson 3 is owned and trained by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown, Adam Murner. Woodmere Heather M, number 4, owned by the Next Generation Stable of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby. Brody McPhee drives. 5 is Beach Day, owned by the Kick and Horse Stable of York, and William Andrew of Calgary, Alberta, trained by Ronnie Gass, Corey McPherson. Heather's Pet, number 6, Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown, owns, trains, and drives. 7 is Camelot Terror, owned by Donald, Terry Jane, and Chad Taylor of Charlottetown. Chad is the trainer. Jill's Barrio. 8 is Elm Grove Seahorse, owned by Ray and Leona McPherson, the estate of Thomas Lynch, and Larry Resnitsky. Trained by Michelle Myers. That's Mark Campbell. 4 minutes wagering time on the 3rd. The 2022 Atlantic Classic sale catalogs are available in the Charlottetown and Summerside race offices.
This island, it's a place of new discoveries that's been waiting here for you. In every breath of wind and grain of sand, one island voice speaks through. This is a land of adventures, big and small, and quiet moments to wonder at the beauty of it all. This place, this island, it's for you and for me. This place, this island, it's where your spirit can be free. Come find your island, Prince Edward Island.
Okay, we mentioned a little earlier that the Drive for Charity is back on, the holiday edition. After off for a couple of years due to COVID, the Drive for Charity is back. And yes, we're doing a holiday edition this year. It kicks off tonight, September 15th. It's going to run to December 4th, just in time for the holidays. And we have 10 island businesses teaming up with 10 of our best drivers here on PEI. We touched on 3 of them. I'll touch on a couple more here. The Andrews Stables at Dundas, Ontario, and Milton PEI. They're teaming up with David Dowling, and their charity is Kids Sport PEI. A&M Snow Removal. They're going to team up with Gilles Barrio, and their charity will be the MS Society. And Ocean 100 and Mark Campbell, they're teaming up for Toys for Tots. And as we go through the card here tonight, I'll mention a few more businesses and drivers and their charities. Okay, race 3 on track. Just 2 minutes to post here. Exactor, Superfecta, Tractor, Wagering, Win, Play, Show, and the Wild Horses Tag. And I'm going to go with the 2, Howmac Julia, on top of my tri-actor ticket here tonight. Howmac Julia, a 2-year-old filly by Source of Pride, Jason Hughes, the driver for trainer Nick Oakes, and owner Douglas Matheson, Janet Sanderson, and Dunsan Farms of PEI. Made a break in that last start at PEI Cold Stake Charlottetown, so we'll throw that out. Miles before that have been really nice miles. 4th and 2:01 and 1/5 in 2 minutes 2/5, and back-to-back second place finishes in A divisions as well. 2 second place finishes in A divisions in Inverness, in Charlottetown. Pretty nice miles, 2:01, 2:01, and 1. So this filly putting together a real nice season here. She is over 10,000 made, 3 seconds and a third from 9 starts. So we're looking for Howmac Julia to put one in the win column here tonight. Right now, 4-5. Another filly looking to put one in the win column is Heather's Pet, knocking on the door 7 times this year from 16 starts, with 3 third-place finishes. So 10 for 16 in the top 3. Still looking for win number 1, 3-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror, home trained and driven and bred by Neil Bambrick of Charlottetown. Putting together a real good season as well, this filly. In 3rd last time out, 58 flat for Corey McPherson, 30 flat closing it out. And so we'll look for Heather's Pet to bust off the wings. She has good gate speed, and I can see Neil busting off the wings to get spotted up close to the lead here tonight. She's going to be tough to beat as well at 5-2. Okay, now we're getting a look at the 1, Miss Chantel Makabe. Kenny Welke is the driver tonight for trainer Jay Noy and the ownership group of Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie. Georgian Downs last time out finished 6th, race time to 58 and 2, 28 and 1 closing quarter. Looking for win number 1. of her career. The 2-year-old filly by J.K. End of an Era. Miss Chantel Makabe, currently 8-1. Advance Cameron. This 2-year-old filly named after the Vice President of Communications for the Montreal Canadiens. Vance and Rocky cheer hard for the Montreal Canadiens, so maybe this connection can get it done here. I think they'll be rooting for the one, Miss Chantel Makabe. The field for race 3, lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Me, Chantel Makabe, Hamac Julia, Georgia Thompson, Woodmere Heather M, Beach Day, Heather's Pet, Camelot Terror, and Elm Grove Seahorse on the gate. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing. Hamac Julia leaves out between horses Woodmere Heather M. At the rail, me, Chantel Makabe will be third into the turn. Coming from the outside, fourth. That is Heather's Pet. And off stride on the lead. Hamac Julia jumped it off. Oh, she took out the one, Miss Chantel Makabe, and confused the backfield. En route to the opening quarter, there's Heather's Pet on to take over the lead for Neely Bambrick. Racing from second is Woodmere Heather M. Now third, that's Camelot Terror. Racing from fourth is Beach Day. Fifth is Miss Chantel Makabe. Then in sixth is Georgia Thompson. Seventh into the turn is Elm Grove Seahorse. And trailing the field, Hamac Julia. 30 seconds flat opened it up, and they are strung out in here. And I mean strung out. The leader is Heather's Pet, and her lead 3. Second is Woodmere Heather M. Back into third, Camelot Terror. Racing from fourth, that's Beach Day. Fifth is Miss Chantel Makabe. Then in sixth, it's Elm Grove Seahorse. Georgia Thompson seventh. And trailing the field, that's Hamac Julia. 59-4 over to the opening half mile. So Heather's Pet, the leader at the 5-8. Racing second is Woodmere Heather M. Camelot Terror continuing third. Fourth, that is Beach Day. Racing from fifth, Miss Chantel Makabe. Sixth is Elm Grove Seahorse with Georgia Thompson seventh. And in the backfield, Hamac Julia, 3/4 in the books. Heather's Pet still there by 2. 3/4 up in 1. 31-1. They're on the turn for the second and final time. Just an eighth of a mile left to go. Heather's Pet looking to close it out this night. Woodmere Heather M is second. Beach Day on the outside is taking over third. They're in deep stretch. Now they land on the line. Heather's Pet, Woodmere Heather M. Heather's Pet and Neely Bamberg on the line all the way. Woodmere Heather M was second. Beach Day third. 2-0, 2-2.
Well, we mentioned it in the pre-race. The 6th, Heather's Pet. She's been a bridesmaid 7 times this year. Still looking for that maiden breaking victory. Well, she gets it here tonight. She has that great gate speed off the wings, and Neil Bambrick, trainer, driver, owner, breeder, he used that to his advantage here, and he got to the lead early after the unfortunate break from the two, How Mac, Julia, and Hughes. Heather's Pet cut the mile here, 30 flat, 59 and 4, 131 and 1, and they get it done here tonight, 202 and 2. She's at a White Sand Artist, who was a former track record holder here in Charlottetown, and now Heather's Pet gets it done for a maiden break-in victory of 202 and 2 over Woodmere, Heather M, and Brody McPhee in race 3. So Heather's Pet gets it done here in the third at Red Shores.
Heather's Pets arriving at the third race winner's circle. Bay facing Philly 3 by Stonebridge Terror off the Artist Cape Cam. White Sand Artist, Neil Bamberg of Charlottetown. He does it all. Owns, trains, drive. Also the breeder of the filly. Guide her to a maiden record tonight of 202 and 2. Heather's Pet in the third.
Okay, there is an ongoing judges' inquiry here in race number 3, as the judges are going to take a look at racing action as they head into the first turn in here in race 3. So here is a look at that slow-mo video. Judges' inquiry here in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome an opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and in the U.S. We also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email sd.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from the third race. Mid Chantel Mockaby was 5th, Tamac Julia 8th, Georgia Thompson 7th, Woodmere Heather M 2nd, Beach Day 3rd, Heather's Pet the winner, Camelot Terror 4th, Elm Grove Seahorse was 6th. They went 30, 59 and 4, 131 and 1, and the mile 202 and 2. In review, it's 587, 231, 46. Heather's Pet paid $530. The exactor $36, triactor $187.80, and the superfecta was $167.66.
HBI players across the country who played Red Shores Charlottetown during Gold Cup week received 3% cash back in their accounts, and HBI PEI players also qualified for a chance to win a $500 account bonus rebate at the end of the week. And Red Shores and HBI would like to say congratulations to Greg McDonald of Summerside, who won the $500 account bonus for playing Red Shores during Gold Cup week through HBIBet.com.
The fourth race is the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series. One is my Giant Raptor. Jim Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia owns, trains, and drives. 2 Baskin Robin, owned by Michael Clary of Montague, trained by John Clary. Kenny Murphy up. I Look Like Bumps, number 3, owned, trained, and driven by Darrell Neal of Winslow. Ocean View Miley 4 is owned by Princeton Farms Incorporated. Bill and Scott Rollison, trained by Melissa Rennie, driven by Adam Murner. 5 is Twin B Harry, owned by Everett Hanson of Majorville and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick, trained and driven by Gilles Burial. 5 minutes wagering time on race 4. Kurt Hughes comes next on race day.
Okay, we've mentioned 6 of the drivers and 6 of the businesses that have teamed up to raise money for charities through the Drive for Charity that kicks off tonight, September 15th through December 4th. It is the Drive for Charity Holiday Edition, and each win will earn $30 towards their charity. And we mentioned the first 6, and the last 4 drivers and businesses that are participating in the Drive for Charity are McQuarrie's Meats and Corey McPherson. They're going to team up with for their charity, the Upper Room Food Bank, and Metro Home Building Center is teaming up with Kenny Arsenault, and they are raising money for the Alzheimer's Society of PEI. And McRae Backhoe and Trucking, they're going to team up with Kenny Murphy, and they are raising money for Santa's Angels. And Syntrack Print and Graphic Design and Mike McGuigan, they are getting together and they are raising money for the PEI Hospice Foundation. Okay, we're 3 minutes away here from race 4, and on track is the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series, and we have Exactor Superfecta Tractor wagering win place showing that Wild Horses Tag jackpot is $25. Nice purse here, $3,200 up for grabs, and it is a field of 5, and I'm going all the way outside to post 5. I like Twin B Harry to get it done here. 3-year-old colt by Royalty for Life. Gilles Barrio, the trainer and driver, and the owners are Everett Hanson of Margarettville and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick. Second last time out. 2 minutes, 1/5, and a winner prior to that, and 59 and 4 in that qualifier. Looked good in that qualifier, 29 and 4. And so with the trot and hobbles on in that last start, a real nice effort. I'm going right to Twin B Harry to get it done. 1-9 currently. And now we're moving into post 2 here. The 3-year-old filly by Tad the Stud. That is Baskin Robin, owned by Michael Clary of Montague. John Clary is the trainer, and Kenny Murphy will do the driving. This was a terrific mile last week from post 4. Baskin Robin got away 3, and they made a power move to the front there in that third quarter. They cleared to the lead, and they ended up drawing off to win by 4 1/4 and 2:04 and 2. Look at that last quarter, 29 and 2. It was a real sharp effort, and a good second prior to that, just getting collared late by Magian Salsa in that lady slipper. So Baskin Robin putting together some real nice miles in her last 2 starts. I like Baskin Robin for second on my ticket, but I wouldn't be surprised if she put together another nice mile here tonight and maybe got it done. A nicer price than that chalk out there at post 5. This one 5-1. For third on my ticket, I'm going to go with the 1 Magian Raptor, 3-year-old gelding by Ted the Stud. Trained and driven by James Ripley and owned by James Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. 6th last time out in 2:03 and 4 in a PEI Colt Stake, and 4th prior to that, 2:07 and 4. Post 1, good spot to start from here, and that's why I like for third on my ticket. Magian Raptor currently at 13-1. The wings have opened, and the Metro Home Building Center starting gate is continuing to roll around that burst or that top turn here at Red Shores as the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series 2 and 3-year-old trotters are lining up, and they are moving in behind that gate. And let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Magian Raptor, Baskin Robin, I look like bumps. Ocean View, Miley, and Twinbee Harry, they're on the gate and at the top of the stretch. Here they come. up and trotting. In at the rail, Giant Raptor is the first one out. Twinbee Harry from the outside. On the rail, that is Baskin Robin racing into the turn third. On to take over fourth is Ocean View Miley, and off stride, I Look Like Bumps. So the field of five gets strung out at the eighth pole. The leader, Giant Raptor for Jim Ripley, and the lead four open. Twinbee Harry races from second, well back in third. That's Baskin Robin. Ocean View Miley has fourth, trailing the field. I Look Like Bumps on by the opening quarter mile. Giant Raptor getting him there. The lead down to three. Twinbee Harry, the 1-9 chalk. He's in the two-hole. Baskin Robin on the turn third, racing fourth. Ocean View Miley trailing the field. I Look Like Bumps. 30-3 was the quarter. That is Giant Raptor, the leader, down the stretch towards the half mile. Twinbee Harry is closed up second. Starting to close in from third, that's Baskin Robin. Fourth is Ocean View Miley, and I Look Like Bumps is on the run at the back. They're halfway home in the fourth, led by Giant Raptor in 1:02-3. Got a breather of 32 seconds in the second panel as they race round the paddock turn. They approach the 5/8. Giant Raptor the leader. Twinbee Harry second, Baskin Robin third. Ocean View Miley fourth, and the trailer, I Look Like Bumps. They go up the back stretch for time two. Here comes the three-quarters next. On the lead, Giant Raptor. Twinbee Harry is closed in second. Baskin Robin right up with the leaders now third, and a contender in fourth. That is Ocean View Miley. I Look Like Bumps trails. 3/4 in 1:35 flat. Off stride on the turn goes Baskin Robin, and they're homeward bound. Giant Raptor. Here's Twinbee Harry set to take over. Ocean View Miley moved into third. They land on the line next, and that's Twinbee Harry for Gilberto. Giant Raptor is second. Third, that'll go to Ocean View Miley. Time for the mile in the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series. 2:06-1.
Giant Raptor and James Ripley using the rail to their advantage, and they wanted to cut it here tonight, and they did. Nice fractions too. 30-3, 1:02-3, the 5, and the chalk choice Twinbee Harry and Barrio. They set it up shop in the two-hole, tracking along behind the one Giant Raptor, but they made their move at the three-quarter pole there in 1:35. They closed it out here 31-1. 2:06-1 is the mile for Twinbee Harry as he gets it done for Barrio. 3-year-old colt by Royalty for Life picks up his first lifetime win here in the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series here in the fourth.
Twinbee Harry arriving at the fourth race winner's circle, trotting vehicle 3 by Royalty for Life off the end over Hall Dam. Southern Mist, owned by Everett Hanson of Majorville and Donald Stevenson of Fredericton, New Brunswick. Trained and driven to victory by Gilberto. Time of the mile in 2:06-1 in the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results from the fourth race. Giant Raptor was second, Baskin Robin fourth, I Look Like Bumps fifth, Ocean View Miley third, Twin Bee Harry the winner, 30 and 3, 102 and 3, 135, and the mile 206 and 1. From the top, 245, 3-1. Twin Bee Harry 210, the Exactor 640, Triactor 2020, and the Superfecta 213.
Here's a look inside the paddock, courtesy of the paddock cam, presented by Red Shores, as the field gets set to make their way out onto the racetrack here for race 5. We have Exactor, Triactor, Win Play Show, and that Wild Horses Tag jackpot is $25, and it is super high 5 time here in race 5. Vance and I will be back with our super high 5 tickets after the post break.
The fifth race on Post Parade, number 1, Dueling Banjos, owned by Jay and Mary Jean Noy, Denise and William Andrew, trained by Jay Noy, Brody McPhee drives. Outrageous Spirit 2 is owned by Paul Holmes of Warren Grove and Kevin Peters of Emmyvale, trained by Kevin Peters, Adam Murner. Fluentosity number 3, owned by Shane and Blaine Baglow of Cornwall, trained by Blaine Baglow, Mark Bradley driving. Elm Grove Misty 4 is owned by Charlene Cipher of Springvale, Dave Kelly trains and drives. 5 Dancers Pass, owned by John McKenzie of Springvale, Philip Kelly of North Wiltshire. Philip is the trainer, Jason Hughes. Halmack plays number 6, Michelle Myers of Cardigan, co-owns and trains. Co-owner is Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Mark Campbell up. Silly Aim is number 7, Kenny Arsenault training and driving for owner David Kent of North Rustic Hill. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 5, featuring the first of 2 super high fives on this card. Kurt, you and I are coming up with our selections. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And here in the 5th, I'm landing on the 6, Halmack plays for Mark Campbell. A lot of sub 2 minute trips and back-to-back 57 and change her last 2. I'm going to use her on top. Headed to the outside 7, Silly Amos. This mare is putting another solid season together for Kenny Arsenault. I like her to be second. She's got good gate speed, so she might get spotted even from the 7 hole. Then I like number 1, Dueling Banjos. The 3, Fluentosity for 4th, and my super high 5 closes out with the 5, Dancer's Pass. From the booth, for me, it's 67135. Kurt, your choices.
I think the 2, 6, and 7 will all be busting off the wings here, Vance. I think they are the levers in here, and they're going to get spotted up close to the lead. I think Silly Amos and Arsenault are going to get it done. She's put together a real nice season. 2 wins from 18 starts, a mark of 56 and 2, and that is her lifetime best. And so I like Silly Amos on top of my ticket. I'm going to go with the 1, Dueling Banjos. Continues to get better every single week, and so I like her for second. I'm going to go with Fluentosity for 3rd, Outrageous Spirit for 4th, and Halmack Blaze. I'd probably put her up a little higher on my ticket if she didn't have the outside post 6 and Mark Campbell. I'm going to put her for 5th, but I could see her finishing in the top 3 here tonight. She's been a real nice mare, and she's Vance's top choice in here in his super high 5 ticket. So I'm going to go 7, 1, 3, 2, 6. Vance Cameron going 6, 7, 1, 3, 5. There's a look at our super high 5 tickets. And yes, again, thanks to Results Marketing and Advertising for the Vance Cam. Race 5 starters are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. It is super high five time here in Charlottetown. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Dueling Banjos, Outrageous Spirit, Fluentosity, Elm Grove Misty, Dancers Pass, Hammock Plays, Silly Amos. Fifth race. First of two super high fives on this night. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. The rough and pacing Outrageous Spirit is the first one out. Hammock Plays comes from the outside. Dueling Banjos is on the rail. Then the fourth one to the turn is Elm Grove Misty. Silly Amos on the outside fifth. Fluentosity sixth. Trailing the field, that's Dancer's Pass. So on the backstretch they go, and here comes Hammock Plays to take over the lead for Mark Campbell. Second is Outrageous Spirit. Dueling Banjos is checked in third. In mid-pack, fourth, that's Elm Grove Misty. Silly Amos found a seat racing from fifth. Fluentosity is sixth. Trailing seventh, that's Dancer's Pass. 28 and 4 opened it up in straight alignment on the turn. And on the lead, that's Hammock Plays, the fraction center for Campbell. Racing second, that's Outrageous Spirit. Dueling Banjos comes out of the turn third. Racing from fourth, that's Elm Grove Misty, and she's edged out. Racing fifth on the outside is Silly Amos. Now sixth at the rail, Fluentosity. Dancer's Pass is trailing to the outside seventh. Halfway home in the fifth, led by Hammock Plays in 59 seconds flat. Racing second, that's Outrageous Spirit. First up on the outside third is Elm Grove Misty. Riding the rail fourth is Dueling Banjos. Silly Amos is second over now, fifth. Third over sixth, Dancer's Pass. Trailing at the rail seventh, Fluentosity, but she's not out of it as they arrive at the three quarters, led by Hammock Plays. From the outside up second, that's Elm Grove Misty. In at the rail third, Outrageous Spirit. Three quarters in 1:29 and 2. They approach the 7-8. Hammock Plays still there, turning for home. Elm Grove Misty on the outside. Outrageous Spirit there in the pocket third. Way wide is Silly Amos fourth. Deep in the stretch. Hammock Plays almost there. Silly Amos on the outside. Here's the line. Hammock Plays and Mark Campbell win. Second is Silly Amos. Dueling Banjos up the inside third. 1:59.4.
Okay, we're going to get a look at the Universal Media slow-mo here for race 5, and you're looking at a ice-cold triactor from our track announcer, Vance Cameron. Nice picks in here, Vance, as he selected the 6 Hammock Plays. Campbell put her right on the front end here. 28 and 4. They got to the quarter, 59, 129 and 2. It was a perfectly rated mile. Great drive by Campbell in here as he puts together a real nice mile for Hammock Plays, and they get it done here. Second over was the 7, Silly Amos, my top choice. They tipped 3 wide in Arsenault, and they rallied, but they were a little too late on the end of it here as they finished second. It is a 6-7-1 tractor here. Time of the mile, 1:59 and 4. And so we'll see Hammock Plays and Campbell back in the Red Shores winner circle in a moment.
How might please in the fifth race winner's circle, bay pacing mare 7 by Articulator off the Largo Dam Bradell. Owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle does the training. Mark Campbell second winner for the double. And the front end victories in 1:59 and 4. How Mac plays in the fifth. Here's the official results now in race 5. Dueling Banjos third, Outrageous Spirit fifth, Fluentosity seventh, Elm Grove Misty fourth, Dancers Pass sixth. How Mac plays the race winner. Silly Amos finished second, 28 and 4, 59, 129 and 2, and the mile 159 and 4. In review, it's 357, 46, 12. How Mac plays 450 to win. The exactor 1320, triactor was 3080, and the super high five at 3798.
Top of the park theme nights are happening at Redshores, and the theme night at the top of the park is Land and Sea in September, and it's a 3-course meal that includes steak and seared halibut, and it is Friday evenings at the top of the park, and it's $29.99 plus tax. And the early bird special, rewards club members who reserve between $4.45 and $5.45 save 10%. So Land and Sea returns on Fridays in September in the top of the park. Okay, here's a look at our selections for the upcoming 6th race. I'm going to go 3, 5, 1 post time picks, going 3, 5, 4. Classifier's choice is 3, 5, 4. We should be adding Vance Cameron's selections in here as he's hot tonight. He just cashed that last triactor ice cold 6-7-1 there in race 5. Race 6 coming on the track next.
The sixth race is the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series. Holland Hill 1, owned and trained by Melissa Rennie of Charlottetown, driven by Adam Murner. Camco Ramona 2 is owned by the Sandstone Stables of Milton, trained by Doug McGregor. Brody McPhee drives. Ocean View Cicero 3 is owned by Carl Bagnall of Stratford. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Mile Hill Dream number 4, owned by John Bro of Shediac, Cape, New Brunswick, trained by Paul Morrison. Mark Campbell. King in the North number 5, owned by Doug Matheson and Dunsan Farms, and Wayne Oakes, trained by Nick Oakes. Jason Hughes driving. Only 3 minutes wagering time in race number 6, and it's the start of the on-track pick 5.
Special thank you to All-Star Cresting and JD Marine and Diving for presenting these races. JD Marine and Diving presenting the Island Ocean Series, and All-Star Cresting for presenting the Prospect Trot Series here tonight. There was 2 divisions. This is the second division, purse 3,200. So thanks to those businesses for presenting these trot races here tonight. And we are on track here for race 6. Just 1 minute to go, and my top choice is the 3, Ocean View Cicero, a 3-year-old filly by Armbro Barrister, trained and driven by Corey McPherson. Carl Bagnall, the owner, a real good third first up last time out. Ended up being placed second there, 203 and 3 and behind, along for the ride. 4 seconds and 3/3 from 13 starts, over 10,000 made. I like Ocean View Cicero to get done in here, 3-5. And there's King of the North scoring down for the Blue Knight. Jason Hughes. This is a 3-year-old gelding by Tad the Stud, trained by Nick Oakes, Doug Matheson, and Dunsan Farms, and Wayne Oakes are the owners. And King in the North put together some real nice miles, 2:03 and 4 last time out. A break prior to that, we'll throw that one out. 5th prior to that, 2:03 and 2. And so I like King of the North to round out my exactor. I'm going to go 3-5 in here, and the 5 right now, good price, 7-2. And for you triactor players, I'm going to put in the 1, Hall in Hill. This is a 2-year-old filly, and Adam Murner is the driver. Melissa Rennie is the trainer. The good third there rallied off that break. Lady Slipper last week, 2:04 and 1. And 4th prior to that, 2:03 and 4. Hall in Hill, good price right now at 12-1. All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series 2 and 3-year-old trotters lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 6th race. Back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Holland Hill, Camco Ramona, Ocean View, Cicero, Mile Hill Dream, King in the North. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and trotting Mile Hill Dream, the first one out. Camco Ramona is second, third into the turn. That's Holland Hill. Racing from fourth on the outside. That's King in the North. In between horses, Ocean View Cicero. So they round the turn and arrive at the opening eighth. That is Mile Hill Dream, the leader for Mark Campbell, quickly by 3. Camco Ramona got away second, moving up third on the outside. Ocean View Cicero at the rail. Holland Hill fourth, trailing the field. King in the North is fifth. They're at the opening quarter mile. And Mile Hill Dream, the leader there. Ocean View Cicero lays on the outside and coming after the leader. Third at the rail is Camco Ramona, 31 and 2. Open this one up on by the 3/8, and we have a new leader. Ocean View Cicero in line to Corey McPherson have taken over. Second is Mile Hill Dream, racing from third, Camco Ramona. Holland Hill is fourth. King in the North on the outside fifth. At the midway point, Ocean View Cicero will get them halfway home. Racing from second, Mile Hill Dream. Camco Ramona remaining third at the rail, the half mile in 1:01 and 4. Picked it up to 30 and 2 in the second quarter. On past the 5/8, led by Ocean View Cicero, widening the lead. It's now 3. Second is Mile Hill Dream on the outside. King in the North is moving up third. Racing from fourth, Camco Ramona. Now the trailer, that is Holland Hill. They're at the 3/4, led by Ocean View Cicero. Racing second at the rail, Mile Hill Dream. King in the North on the outside third. 3/4 tripped in 1:33 and 1 at the 7/8 pole. Ocean View Cicero clear by 4. Mile Hill Dream at the rail second. King in the North back to third. Down the stretch they come in the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series. Ocean View Cicero for Corey McPherson. Mile Hill Dream was second. King in the North third. 2:04 and 2.
Ocean View, Cicero, and McPherson, they pick up their maiden breaking victory here tonight. The 3-year-old filly by Armbro Barrister putting together some nice miles, over 10,000 made this year. 7 for 13 in the top 3, and finally breaks through in the win column, getting it done here tonight in dominant fashion here as McPherson made front as they were coming to 3/8. A real good trip for Ocean View Cicero. They didn't look back after that, getting it done 2:04 and 2. Mile Hill Dream and Campbell busted off the wings, got to the front, released the 3 Ocean View Cicero, got that perfect 2-hole ride, and they get rewarded with that second place finish. King in the North and Hughes, they rallied strong to be third tonight, so it's a 3-4-5 ticket, and Ocean View Cicero gets it done for McPherson here in the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series.
Ocean View Cicero arriving at the 6th-race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Filly. She's 3 by Umbro Barrister. From the King Kong Ranger Dam, King Kong Kate. Owned by Carl Bagnall Stratford, Corey McPherson training and driving. Guiding the filly to a maiden record tonight of 2:04 and 2. Ocean View Cicero in the All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series. Here's the official results in race 6. Holland Hill 5th, Camco Ramona 4th. Ocean View Cicero the winner. Mile Hill Dream 2nd. King in the North was 3rd. The fractions were 31 and 2, 101 and 4, 133 and 1, and the mile 204 and 2. In review, it's 541, 23. Ocean View Cicero paid $3 to win. The exactor $10.20, triactor $13.20. And the superfecta was $3.57.
Get the latest edition of the Atlantic Post Calls. Atlantic Post Calls covers harness racing in Atlantic Canada and features some great stories from contributors Dr. Don Ling, myself, Rocky Skirman, Shannon Sugar Doyle, and others. And managing editor Fred Fiddler McDonald has some great comments about our properties and teams on PEI in the latest edition. So pick up your copy of the Atlantic Post Calls right here at Red Shores and other island locations. We're all on board the 3, and here in race 7, Mermaid Magic and Mark Bradley. Could he get an inch closer to that milestone 1,000 win? He could here with Mermaid Magic. He's got a live mount with post 3. I'm going to go with the 4 for second and the 1 for third. Post time picks likes the 1 for second, 4 for third. Classifier also on board with me. They like 3, 4, 1. Post break coming up next.
One of them girls on the 7th race post parade is owned by Walter Chevrolet and Douglas Olton. Walter trains and drives. A Little Sunshine number 2 is owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Hal Smith of Fonnell, trained by Tom Weatherby, Brody McPhee. 3 is Mermaid Magic, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Bradley. TL's Betty 4 is owned by Jeffrey Campbell of Budique, Nova Scotia, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner up. Steel Me a Treasure 5 is owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jen does the training, Jason Hughes drives. There's 5 minutes wagering time on race number 7. Back to the broadcast desk for Kurt Hughes and the race day recap, presented by Metro Home Building Center.
Yes, here comes the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. And tonight's first race was the 4 Talk Some Smack and trainer driver Todd Walsh. They went right down the road here from post 4. They pounced off the wings 30-2, and they got it done in 2:03-2 in the 4.71. Ticket paid $97.70. In race 2 tonight, it was the Island Oceans Trot Series presented by JD Marine and Diving, and it was the 2 Striking Pride getting up for Mark Campbell in the final strides over the 1 Along for the Ride and Oliver Ride, and the triactor paid $17.50. In race 3 tonight, it was the 6 Heather's Pet and trainer, driver, owner, breeder Neil Bambrick in the bike tonight. They went right down the road, cutting the mile 59-4 to the half, mile 2:02-2. It was a maiden breaking victory for the 6 Heather's Pet and the 6.45. Ticket paid $187.80. In race 4, it was the first All-Star Cresting Prospect Trot Series division, and it went to the 5 Twin B Harry, who converted from a pocket ride, tracking along behind Magian Raptor to get it done in 2:06-1 in the 5.41. Ticket paid $20.20. In race 5 tonight, it was How Mac Blaze and Campbell going right down the road here tonight. They fend off that late challenge from a great second oversteer by Arsenault and Silly Amos. They finished second, and Dueling Banjos finished third. At the 6.71, ticket paid $30.80, and it was a nice trip for How Mac Blaze in 59-4. And then in race 6, it was the 3 Ocean View, Cicero, and McPherson. They were the chalk choice. They made front at 3/8 as Mile Hill Dream and Campbell released them. They sat 2, and that's the way it sat at the wire. 3.45 was the winning tractor ticket, and it paid $13.20, and it was a nice mile 2:04-2 for Ocean View, Cicero in the 6. And that is the race day recap presented by Metro Home Building Center. On track we go here for race 7, Mermaid Magic. And Mark Bradley scoring down here, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. This is a 3-year-old filly by Big Jim, trained by Tom Weatherby, and 0 for 11 so far this season. But look at those lines, putting together some real nice miles. So in that PEI Colt Stake last time out, a 6th place finish, race timed in 56-3. In an overnight, the start prior to that, a good third in 57-1, 28-4, and knocked on the door, 3 back, finishing second in 59-1, in behind How Mac Blaze. I think she punches through here and gets it done for her first win on the season. The 3 Mermaid Magic right now at 7-5. TL's Betty putting together a real nice sophomore campaign. Over 12,000 made, 13 of 17 in the top three, 5 wins, a mark of 158, taking 3 starts back there on a front end mission by Myrna. 30-1 closed it out on that day. The very next week, from post one, got a good 2-hole ride, second by quarter length. How about that last quarter? 27-4, sparkling last quarter on that day. 58-1, made a break last time out in PEI Colt Stakes action, so we'll throw that line out and we'll look for TL's Betty to bounce back here tonight. TL's Betty right now, the choice at 3-5. Walter Chevrolet shares ownership with Douglas Olton, and Walter Chevrolet is the trainer and driver. And this is a nice filly here by Peng Shui named One of Them Girls, leaving from post one here tonight. Had post one last time out. Got a good ride in along the rail. Ended up fourth. Race time to 159. Race time to 57-4 prior to that. And a good third. 3 back and 58-3. Good closing quarter on that day. 28-1. This is a nice filly from post one tonight. I like her for third at 6-1. The field for the 7th is lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
One of them girls, a little sunshine, Mermaid Magic, TL's Betty, Steal Me a Treasure. Field of 5 of them lining up on the gate. Top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. The rough and pacing of host of levers here. A little sunshine, Mermaid Magic. One of them girls at the rail. Way wide, Steal Me a Treasure. TL's Betty towards the rail 5th as they round the turn and arrive at the 8th. A little sunshine moving on to the lead. One of them girls is 2nd. Mermaid Magic keeps coming on the outside 3rd. Up into 4th is TL's Betty. Now the trailer 5th. Steal Me a Treasure along the backstretch. It's a little sunshine. Quarter pole leading for Brody McPhee. Her stablemate is Mermaid Magic on the outside. And a little battle going on here. 29-1 was the quarter. Now to take over the lead, that's Mermaid Magic. A little sunshine is settled up 2nd. One of them girls 3rd. That's TL's Betty 4th, and Steal Me a Treasure is trailing the field. They approach the opening half mile, led by Mermaid Magic. She's halfway home. 2nd, a little sunshine, moving up 3rd. TL's Betty is underway. 4th up the rail is One of Them Girls, and on the outside 5th, Steal Me a Treasure. 58-4 for a half a mile. Midway round the paddock turn, approaching the 5/8, it's Mermaid Magic, the leader. TL's Betty is taken over 2nd. A little sunshine back to 3rd. Steal Me a Treasure comes up 4th on the outside, and now the trailer. That's One of Them Girls. They arrive at 3/4 next. Mermaid Magic will get them there. And at the rail, TL's Betty is 2nd. A little sunshine on the inside 3rd. Steal Me a Treasure 4th. And One of Them Girls 5th. 3/4 tripped in 1. 28-3. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Mermaid Magic to bring them home. TL's Betty coming with her now. Down the stretch they come. TL's Betty is taken over. Mermaid Magic could not hold her off. TL's Betty in line to Adam Murner will win. 2nd, that's Mermaid Magic. It might have been a little sunshine. 3rd, 158-3.
Stablemates Mermaid Magic and a Little Sunshine. They sat 1-2 early here as Mark Braley made his way to the front with the 3. Mermaid Magic 29-1, half 58-4. Murder made his move with TL's Betty and was able to get a little daylight there in that 2-hole up the backstretch. They tucked in for a little breather, tracked along behind Mermaid Magic, and then popped back out at the top of the stretch and drove right on by. Nice, tidy drive here by Murner with TL's Betty as they get it done in 158-3. We mentioned what a sophomore campaign this filly is having by Peng Shui. She was 13 of 17 in the top 3 going into this race, now 16 for 18. Just an incredible 14 for 18, I should say. Incredible sophomore campaign. She gets it done at 6-5. Mermaid Magic is second, and a Little Sunshine will be third. 4-3-2 is the ticket here in the 7th.
Neil McKenna, contact security, please. Neil McKenna, contact security. Now returning into the 7th race winner's circle is the 4-entry TL's Betty, Bay Pacing Filly 3 by Peng Shui off the Cam Luck Dam. Goddard's Art, owned by Jeffrey Campbell of Dudique, Nova Scotia, trained by Melissa Rennie and driven to victory by Adam Murner. Filly gets her 6th win on the season. Tonight 158-3. TL's Betty in the 7th. Here's the official results now in the 7th. One of them girls 4th, a Little Sunshine 3rd. Mermaid Magic was 2nd. TL's Betty, the race winner. Steal Me a Treasure 5th, 29-1. 58-4. 128-3. And the mile 158-3. In review, it's 4-3-2-1-5. TL's Betty paid $460. The exactor was $590. Triactor $52.50. And the superfecta, $13.85.
Red Hot Trivia at Red Shores Summerside Saturdays in the West End Bar and Grill. The evening is hosted by Will and Tony every Saturday at 8:30 p.m. for Red Hot Trivia. Complete details are at Redshores.ca.
Eighth race on the track for the post parade. 1 is Scratch. 2 is Incredible 2, owned by Wade Piccone of Stanchill. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. 3 Daisy Rivers, owned by Bill Lanigan of Montague, trained and driven by Jason Hughes. 4 Magian Tango is owned by Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Jim Ripley trains and drives. 5 Libero is owned by Donna Van Meer of Mount Herbert, trained by Randy Van Meer, driven by Gilles Barrio. 'Tequila Tuesday, number 6. Owned by Jackie Heffernan of Glace Bay, Nova Scotia, trained by Miles Heffernan Jr., Miles Sr. driving. Number 7, Dawson Springs, owned by Debbie Element of Village Green, trained by Colin Johnson. Adam Murner catch drives. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on race number 8. Mondays in Summerside has a 6 p.m. post time. You can also wager from your home through HBIBet.com.
The Drive for Charity 2022 Holiday Edition kicks off tonight, September 15th, and it'll run right through to December 4th, right before the holidays. It's 10 island drivers teaming up with 10 island businesses to raise money for 10 island charities. Each driver will receive $30 towards their charity for the event, and again, it runs to December 4th, the Drive for Charity Holiday Edition. It kicks off here tonight. Okay, we were all on board the one in here, Southwind, Arturo, and Campbell, and unfortunately he is scratched here tonight. So we're going to adjust our tickets, and we're going to put the 3 Daisy River. That's who I like on top of my ticket here tonight. Making her second start in the Jason Hughes stable. Jason, the trainer and driver for trainer William Lanigan of Montague. Tried it on the front end last week. Ended up 4th, 2 minutes, 2 fifths. Big half that day, 57 and 3. So I'm looking for Daisy River to get off the gate. Cut it again here tonight. They move in a spot to post 2. And if they get a little better fractions here tonight, a better rated mile, I think Daisy River could go all the way here tonight. I like her on top at 3 to 4. Another really nice mare right next door is the 2 Incredible 2, who will leave from the rail here tonight. Wade Piccone of Stanchill is the owner, and Kenny Arsenault, the trainer and driver. She started off the season really well with wins in the Open, 2 wins from 16 starts, and she's been putting together a real nice season, over 7,000 made. Last time out, she sat the 2-hole and ended up 5th in 2 minutes, 2 fifths. I think she's going to get a real good trip again tonight, probably sitting in the 2-hole in behind Daisy River, and that's the way I see it setting up, and I think it could be a 3-2 ticket. Great odds on the 2, 14 to 1. $3-2 for me is the exactor, and for the triactor players, I'm going to put in the 4 Magian Tango. Just continues to get better each and every week. James Ripley is the trainer and driver, and Mary Lee Ripley of Amherst, Nova Scotia is the owner. As I say, getting better and better each week. Last time out, 4th, 2 minutes flat. Start prior to that, 4th, and 2 minutes 4 fifths. And so Magian Tango, a classy old trotter. I like him for 3rd on my ticket. He should get a real good trip mid-pack, I think, and he's a good closer. So I like him, as I say, for 3rd. 9 to 2 currently. trotters are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 8th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
8th race lines up with Incredible 2, Daisy River, Magian Tango, Libero. Tequila Tuesday, Dawson Springs, there's a half a dozen trot noses. They're moving up on the gate. It's the 8th race. Top of the stretch. Old friend Neil McKenna's joining in the booth tonight. And it's 8th race post time. The rough and trotting Daisy River, the first one out. Incredible 2 at the rail right with her. Crossing over 3rd, Libero. Then in 4th, that's Tequila Tuesday. On the rail, Magian Tango 5th. And the early trailer, that's Dawson Springs. They're straightening to the backstretch. Now led by Incredible 2. In line to Kenny Arsenault by 2.5. Second is Daisy River. Libero races from 3rd. Now 4th. Along the inside, that's Tequila Tuesday. Racing 5th is Magian Tango, and trailing the field, that is Dawson Springs, 28-4. So the veteran Arsenault, he's sitting up on Incredible 2 by a half a dozen on by the 3-8. Daisy River races second, coming third. Out of the turn, that's Libero. Tequila Tuesday races fourth. Now in fifth, along the inside, Magian Tango. Trailing the field, that is Dawson Springs. They're halfway home and they're strung out, led by Incredible 2. Daisy River starts to tighten up second. Libero's all alone in third. The half mile in 58-2. They trot round the turn, approaching the 5-8. Incredible 2, the leader. Now Daisy River races from second. Libero continuing third. That's Tequila Tuesday fourth. Riding the rail fifth, Magian Tango. On the outside, the trailer, that is Dawson Springs. 3/4 next. Incredible 2 getting him there. Here comes Daisy River now to challenge the leader. Libero's in the pocket third. The 3/4 in 1:29-3. Shade more than an eighth of a mile left to trot. Incredible 2 at the rail, the leader. Daisy River and the Blue Knight are going to take over, turning home. Up the rail, Tequila Tuesday third. They're in deep stretch now. Daisy River will win for the Blue Knight. Use Magian Tango. Rallied up to be second. We're going to need a show photo. Time for the mile in 2:01 2.
Well, not exactly how I mapped it out for Daisy River, but I did like her to get the job done in here. I thought she would cut it here tonight and get a little softer fractions, but Hughes elected to sit 2. Well, they didn't really elect to sit 2. They had to sit 2 because the 2, Incredible 2 and Arsenault were missionized early, 28-4, and Arsenault kept on rolling his mare down the road, 58-2 to the half. She was starting to get a little tired there at 3/4, 129-3. That's when Hughes and Daisy River vacated the 2 hole, and they made their move around the last turn. They battled and were able to clear up down the stretch and drive her right on by here down the lane, getting it done 2:01-2. And threading the needle for a second was Magian Tango, a real tidy steer by James Ripley. He gets the deuce with Tequila Tuesday and Heffernan finishing third. So it's a 3-4-6 ticket here in the 8th.
Daisy River moves into the 8th race winner's circle. Trotting Bay Mare 7 by Nike's Image from the Northern Bailey Dam. Rosie River, homebred of Bill Lanigan of Montague. The Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, trains and drives. Time of the mile in 2:01 2/5. Daisy River delivers in the 8th. Here's the official results now in race 8. Southwind Toro was scratched. Incredible 2-6. Daisy River the winner. Magian Tango second. Libero finished 5th. Tequila Tuesday was 3rd. Dawson Springs finished 4th. They went 28-4, 58-2, 129-3, and the mile 201-2. In review, it's scratched 6-1, 2-5, 3-4. Daisy River paid $4 to win. The exactor 22.30, triactor 77.60, and the superfecta was 26.14. Time to check your 50-50 draw tickets. Tonight valued at $350. And the winning number will be X217-5974. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $350. X217-5974. Good luck.
Meal and Deal is back for September at Red's Gold Cup Lounge. It's beef tenderloin, bacon wrapped scallops, and dessert. And it's 4:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. Fridays in September. Red's Gold Cup Lounge. It's $19.95 plus tax and rewards. Members get $10 in free play or match play. Race 9 on track next, 7 minutes away from post time, and we're all on board the 7 Arc Light in here. I like the 7 to win it, 6 for second, and the 8 for third. Post time pick's going to go 7, 6, 5. Classifier's choice also likes a 7, 6, 8. Post break coming up in just a moment here for the 9th.
The 9th race on the track for the post parade. 1 is Private Dancer. Ryan Perot training and driving for owner Kerry Cormier of York. Number 2 is Scratch. 3 is Evening Maelstrom, owned by Dr. Mary McNiven of 9 Mile Creek, trained by Cliff Murphy, Kenny Murphy driving. I Can Do It, number 4, owned by Douglas and David Neal of Charlottetown, trained by Keith Ford, tonight out of Murner. 5 Mrs. Dragonfire is owned by Reg Ferguson and Wayne McDonald. Reg is the trainer, Jill's Barrio driving. That's Me a Bad, number 6, owned by Mary Jean Noy, Denise Andrew, and Tasha McKenzie. Trained by Jay Noy, Brody McPhee. 7 Arc Light, owned by Crossroads Racing Stable of Stratford. Mark Campbell trains and drives. 8 is Miss Sangria, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River, trained by Ronnie Gass, Corey McPherson. Down to 5 minutes wagering time on the 9th race. This is Race Day Live from Red Shores, Atlantic Canada's entertainment destination. Next stop in the Atlantic Invitational Series is the Reliable Motors Richard Campbell Memorial. It's October 1st right here at Red Shores, Charlottetown.
Yeah, the Richard Campbell Memorial is just over 2 weeks away here. It's going to take place on October 1st. It is the final leg of the Atlantic Invitational Series, and the final, the Premier's Cup, goes in Breeders' Crown weekend. It'll go on October 9th. Four-way from race 9 post time here, and the 7 is on the screen right now. That is Arc Light, owned by Crossroads Racing Stable of Stratford, PEI. Mark Campbell, the trainer and driver. This mare's got one win from 11 starts, and over the last 3 starts have not got on the board here in terms of getting a check, but still put together some real nice miles. She's now 6 years old by Cam Mystic, and as I say, putting together real nice miles. 56-4, 3 back, 57-2. Made that break. Looked like they were making a real power move there. Third on the outside at the 3/4, and then made that break. So we'll throw that line out. Last week, 58-2 at the non-winners of 1,000, 51 last 5. It's been quite some time since a mare of her caliber has been down at this non-winners of 401. She is, an understatement would be, she's a class of the field, because she is much more than that. If you can look at her lines there, Bertha Confederation series she has been racing, as well as Preferred 3, where she just missed third by a half a length there, second last start from the bottom. 56-1 on that day. So we'll see if she can get back to her winning ways here with the dropping class. I'm looking for her to drop and pop here in the 9th. Another mare that's been dropping in class here tonight is the 6. That's Mia Bad. Mary Jean Noy of PEI, Denise Andrew of Alberta, and Tasha McKenzie of PEI are the owners. Jay Noy, the trainer, and Brody McPhee will do the driving. A winner down at the bottom, 57-4 at the 601 level. So dropping down here, last time she raced was at the 1101 level, where she was a good 5th and 58. Dropping down tonight to this 401 class. This is another mare that should do real good in here tonight. 3-1. There's a look at the 8, Miss Sangria, owned by Alex McPhee of Clyde River. Corey McPherson going to do the driving for trainer Ronnie Gass. They enjoyed that drop in class last week, finishing third at this level, 58-2. But this mare has been racing up that optional 8 for quite some time, and now with the drop in class last week, she was a good third, and hopefully she can hit the ticket here again tonight for me. I like her for third again tonight from post 8, 7-1. Billy Mares lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's ninth race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, Kurt got a little international flavor in the booth on this Thursday night. Just had a young lady from Finland. Now got the big guy from Australia. Doesn't get any better than that on a Thursday night at historic Charlottetown. Private Dancer, Evening Maelstrom, I Can Do It. Mrs. Dragonfire, That's Me a Bed. Arc Light and Miss Sangria, post time. The rough and pacing Private Dancer will lead them out at the rail. Evening Maelstrom into the turn second. I Can Do It third. On the outside fourth. That's Me a Bed. Mrs. Dragonfire got away fifth. Then it's Arc Light in sixth. And Miss Sangria, she'll trail the field. Up the backstretch they go. Private Dancer for Ryan Perot on the early lead. Evening Maelstrom set up for the two-hole ride. That's Me a Bed. Could not find a friend. Has to go forward here. Now going after the leader. And that leader is Private Dancer. That's Me a Bed on the outside. The challenger, 29 seconds flat. Opened it up. They round the turn for the first time, and now to the lead. That's Me a Bed, but she was spent hard to clear the lead. Private Dancer is second. Evening Maelstrom racing third. Then in fourth, it's I Can Do It. Here comes Arc Light. Underway on the outside fifth. Miss Sangria following her sixth. Now the trailer, that is Mrs. Dragonfire seventh. Halfway home, led by That's Me a Bed in 58 and 3 into the paddock turn for the second time. They go to the 5/8 next. That's Me a Bed, the leader. At her wheel is Arc Light second. Up third on the outside is Miss Sangria. In at the rail and racing fourth is Private Dancer. Mrs. Dragonfire takes over fifth. Now in sixth, I Can Do It. Trailing the field, Evening Maelstrom, new leader at 3/4. Arc Light is taken over late for Campbell, opening up by 2. Miss Sangria now second. That's Me a Bed back to third. Mrs. Dragonfire fourth. 1:29 and 1 was 3/4, and they're homeward bound now. Arc Light trying to get it done from the outside. Miss Sangria is there. That's Me a Bed third. Deep in the stretch now. Campbell has got the hat trick. Arc Light on the line. Second is Miss Sangria. We're going to need a show photo. Time for the mile. 2 minutes. 1/5.
Well, no slow-mo here for the ninth, but Arc Light, she was able to get it done here in the drop and pop for Campbell. They got away at the back of the pack and let the dust settle up front with That's Me a Bed and Brody McPhee getting there 29 flat at 58 and 3, 129 and 1. Campbell and Arc Light grinding it out on the outside, and they are able to get it done here in 2 minutes 1/5. Miss Sangria and Corey McPherson right on her back. They get the deuce with That's Me a Bed, who did all the work early for Brody McPhee. They're going to get the show dough in here. So it is, in fact, Arc Light and Campbell. They drop and pop here in the ninth, with Campbell picking up his third win on the night.
Arc Light on her way into the ninth race winner's circle, pacing Valmere 6 by Chemistic from the Ponderosa Dam. Red Star Ashley, owned by Crossroads Racing, stable of Stratford. Mark Campbell training and driving. Mark's third winner on the night for the triple. 2 minutes 1/5. That's Arc Light in the ninth. Here's the official results from the ninth race. Private Dancer 7th, Windermere No Harm Done scratched. Evening Maelstrom was 6th, I Can Do It 4th. Mrs. Dragonfire was 5th, That's Me a Bad 3rd. Arc Light was the winner. Miss Sangria finished 2nd. The fractions went 29, 58 and 3, 129 and 1, and the mile 2 minutes and a 1/5. In review, it's 7 scratch 6, 4 5 3. 1-2. Arc Light paid $3. The exactor $15.20, triactor $41.60, and the superfecta was $23.67.
Red Shores is now featured in 9 PEI hotels for the 2022 season. Guests receive a promotional play package, which even includes a taxi voucher when they sign up for our rewards club. Hotels include the Home and Grand, Holiday Inn, Delta Prince Edward, and more.
Tenth race on the track for the post parade. Number 1, Maggie's Delight, owned by Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald of Cardigan. Michelle leads the trainer, Corey McPherson driving. Traces of Purple wears number 2, owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Belfast. Kenny Murphy drives. Catch a Few Rays 3 is owned by Carson Wilkie and Lowell Parkman of Stratford, trained by Kenneth Wilkie, Miles Heffernan. Four Streak is owned by Raymond Primo, trained by David Dowling, Mark Bradley driving. 5 Magical Cowgirl, owned by Tara Harper, Ryan Wilkie, and Stanley Harper Jr., trained by Stanley Harper, Mark Campbell. Elm Grove Penny number 6 is owned by Luke Burke of Marshfield, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. 7 is Acroturi, owned by David Kent of North Rustico, Kenny Arsenault training and driving. 5 minutes wagering time on race number 10 for race replays, additional chart lines, and more. Go to Redshores.ca.
Enjoy the thrill of the race anywhere, anytime with HPIBet.com. Join for free and use your smartphone, tablet, or PC to watch and wager when you can't be at the track. Stream live racing from over 450 tracks. Bet with ease from anywhere. It's safe and secure. Get rewards, race alerts, tips, and more. For a limited time, get $100 when you become a member. Plus, 1 month free live race streaming and your first bet is on us. Go to HPIBet.com to join for free today.
Okay, the 2 Traces of Purple and Kenny Murphy look like they just made their way off the track there for maybe a equipment adjustment or a shoe repair. Hopefully be on the track in a moment. So we'll move on to my second choice here. This is Maggie's Delight. Michelle Myers and Roger McDonald are the owners. 4-year-old mare by Steelhead Hanover, trained by Michelle Myers, and Corey McPherson will do the driving. How about that win? 4 back. Nice trip. 158 and 128 1 closing quarter. That was at that 13:01 level, and this is a level a little lower than that at the 1,051 last 5. She had tried her luck up at that 1,551 level, but that is a real tough company in there, and so she put together some real nice miles, 56 and 4, 57, 56 and 4, but wasn't able to crack the top 3. So down here at the 1,051 level, Maggie's Delight's got a real big shot in here. Currently even the money. For third on my ticket, I'm going to go to a mare who does not like to finish third. This mare loves to win. If you look across at her lines, 13 wins from 43 starts last year, 11 wins this year from just 23 starts. An incredible season. 55 and 1 is her record, over 13,000 made already. And as I say, she likes to get it done. And if you look down her line, she was a winner 5 back, 55-1. That is her record, 28-2. And so she was racing up at the optional 9 at that time, finished second the very next week, third DQ to fifth, and then dropped down into the optional 8 where she rallied to be third, 2 back. And then last week, I'm going to throw that line out. It's closing quarter, 31-1, 59-4. That's not like her. She's a real good closer, and so we'll throw that line out. Hopefully she bounces back here at this level, 1,051. I like her for third on my ticket, as I say, and Magical Cowgirl right now at 3-1. Good price.
Having a minor delay in the start of the 10th race, 2 Traces of Purples having a shoe repair.
Okay, current favorite, Traces of Purple, still in the paddock there, getting that shoe tacked on. 8-5 right now on Maggie's Delay. Traces of Purple, even money, 39-1 right now in the 3. Catch a few rays. Streakazana, post 4 is 12-1. Magical Cowgirl at 2-1. 19-1 on Elm Grove Penny. If I was looking for a long shot in here, if you didn't want to play the favorites in here, Elm Grove Penny, real good option there. Good qualifier, 57 and 2. Good trips all the way down the card here. And if you look at the bottom line, a winner right on the front end in 56-1, 28-1. Closing quarters still at 19-1 in here for you long shot players. 25-1 currently on the 7. Acritiri. We're getting close here in race 10, and we're awaiting Traces of Purple here to exit the paddock and make her way back onto the track. Okay, here's a look inside the paddock cam, thanks to Red Shores, and we're gonna. If you look at the right there, the far right, you're gonna see traces of purple there with the pink hood. She is getting that shoe tacked back on, and she'll be back on the track in just a moment. There's driver Kenny Murphy. I would say help him retrieve the shoe that she had lost. It could be a special shoe, and there's the blacksmith getting ready to tack that shoe on. So thank you for your patience, everyone. We'll be getting ready to go to the gate here in just a moment as Traces of Purple gets that shoe tacked on here in the 10th race. Okay, so we're still under a minor delay here with the two Traces of Purple getting that shoe tacked on. She'll be out into the track in just a moment. Good odds board here, 2-1 right now on Maggie's Delay. Traces of Purple, 6-5, 8-1 on Catch a Few Rays. Streakazana and Bradley, long odds, 17-1, 5-2 on Magical Cowgirl. That long shot play of mine, it's down to 13-1 right now. The 6, Elm Grove Penny and Murder, 10-1. And Acrotiri, or number 7, Kenny Arsenault, trainer and driver. Acrotiri's got an outside shot as well, putting together a real nice season. Almost 5,000 in the bank and 3 wins from 18 starts and still at 10-1 on the board. We're getting close here in the 10th, and there is a look at the current choice and the one we've all been waiting for. That is the 2 Traces of Purple and Kenny Murphy. You're going to get a look at her here on the screen right now. And again, thanks to everyone tuning in online, everyone on track for your patience here as the two was getting a shoe tacked on. But we're ready to go now as they are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 10th race. Let's send it over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Oh, Kurt, the wait's going to be worth it here in the 10th. They're lining up Maggie's Delight, Traces of Purple, Catch a Few Rays, Streakazana, Magical Cowgirl, Elm Grove Penny, and Acro Turi, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Once again, thank you for your patience. It's better late than never. Post time for the 10th. The rough and pacing, Traces of Purple leaving out. Maggie's Delight right with her into the turn third. That's Catch a Few Rays to get away fourth. Along the rail, that's Streakazana. On the outside fifth is Elm Grove Penny. Now in sixth, Magical Cowgirl, and trailing the field is Acro Turi. So the quarter pole bound, and here comes Traces of Purple on to take over the lead. In line to Kenny Murphy. Racing second, that's Maggie's Delight. Now third is Catch a Few Rays. Racing from fourth, that's Elm Grove Penny. Fifth on the rail, Streakazana. Magical Cowgirl sixth. Trailing seventh, Acro Turi 28 and 4 was the quarter. They're arriving at 3/8, led by the post-time favorite, Traces of Purple. Maggie's Delight getting the two-hole ride. Catch a Few Rays third. Elm Grove Penny are racing fourth. There goes Streakazana to the outside fifth. Following out in sixth, that's Magical Cowgirl. And trailing the field, Acro Turi halfway home in the 10th, led by Traces of Purple in 59 seconds flat. Racing second, Maggie's Delight. Catch a Few Rays on the rail third. First up on the outside fourth is Streakazana. Second over on the outside fifth is Magical Cowgirl. Elm Grove Penny now sixth, and Acro Turi, she is seventh. 3/4 coming next. Traces of Purple getting them there. From the outside, Streakazana's up to challenge. Third up the rail, Maggie's Delight. Magical Cowgirl coming fourth on the outside. 3/4 and 129 flat, turning for home. Streakazana looking to upset them. Traces of Purple now second. Magical Cowgirl on the outside third. In the rail, Maggie's Delight. Set the camera up. We're going to need it here. Traces of Purple coming back on. Wow, what a finish here in the 10th. 158-4.
Well, she might have been late making an entrance here in race 10, but the two Traces of Purple, wow, did she dig deep here and fend off the challenges on both sides of her. She was being swarmed down the lane here, and she fends them all off and gets it done here. Nice mile, 158 and 4. They led the entire mile, 28 and 4, 59, 129. The four, Streakazana and Bradley, they looked upset-minded at the top of the lane. I thought they were going to keep on going and get it done here, but Traces of Purple would not be denied. She fights back in the middle, and she gets it done. And we're going to get a look at the Universal Slow-Mo here as they're getting to the line. You can throw a blanket over this entire field here. What a finish here in race 10. And look on the far outside, Magical Cowgirl. They close strong here as well for driver Mark Campbell. But it is Kenny Murphy and Traces of Purple getting it done here in the 10th.
A mighty gutsy performance put in by Traces of Purple as she arrives at the 10th race winner's circle tonight. Bay pacing mare 8 by Brandon's Cowboy off the Royal Majesty Dam Real Girlie. Owned and trained by Robert Phillips of Belfast. Kenny Murphy picks up the winning drive. Time of the mile in 1:58 and 4. Traces of Purple in the 10th. Here's the official results now in the 10th. Maggie's Delight 5th. Traces of Purple the winner. Catch a Few Rays 4th. Streakazana 3rd. Magical Cowgirl was 2nd. Elm Grove Penny 6th. Acro Turi was 7th. 28 and 4. 59. 129. And the mile 1:58 and 4. In review, it's 5-1-4. 3-2. 6-7. Traces of Purple 380. Exactor $12.30, Triactor $74, and the Superfactor was $44.99.
How about that finish in race 10? There is Traces of Purple with her head out in front, but what a place photo that is with the 5 Magical Cowgirl getting up over Streak Zana, and even at the inside there, the 3 Catch a Few Rays and the 1 Maggie's Delight, they were duking it out as well on the inside. Great finish there in race 10. Post break coming up next for race 11.
The 11th race on the track for the post parade, Elm Grove Mistress number 1, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird from Vernon Bridge, trained by Jennifer Doyle and driven by Jason Hughes. Ms. Moyes 2 is owned by Olivia May, Quade Hatley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained by Melissa Rennie, Adam Murner. Philly 47, number 3, is owned by Alan McDonald, Corey Carver, and Caitlin Smallwood, trained and driven by Mark Campbell. For Miami Sealsters, owned by Debbie Element of Village Green, Paul Johnson of Durham, England, trained by Colin Johnson, Gillsbury drives. She's in the Moment, number 5, owned by Blair and Carl Hansen, Isaac Skierman, and Cecil Villard, trained by Tom Weatherby, Mark Bradley. Better Than Men, number 6, owned by Better Than Expected, stable of Mermaid, trained by Todd Walsh, tonight Corey McPherson. Atlantic Star 7, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained and driven by Mike McGuigan. 4 minutes wagering time on race number 11. And Kurt, once again, you and I are coming up with our selections as we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. And in the 11th, I'm headed to 2, Ms. Moist, 2 starts back. Murner put her right on the engine. She went in 55 and 3. And I had an earlier winner in 55 and 2, but she's been a solid race mare ever since leaving the Atlantic Sire Stakes program at 2 and 3. She's fit right in here in the preferred class. I like the 5. She's in the Moment. She does have that braking problem, but when she puts it all together, she can get the job done too. I'm going to 3, Philly 47 for the show prize. And for the superfecta players, I like the 7, Atlantic Star. If she was inside a little closer, I'd like her a whole lot more. But McGuigan may sit right up on her here in the 11th. I like 2, 5, 3, 7. Kurt, your choices.
I'm going with the long baby for the win here, Vance. I'm going with the 1, Elm Grove Mistress. And, oh, by the way, congratulations on that ice-cold try earlier there in the 5th race. I'm going to throw in the 1, reeled off 2 in a row, 56 and 1 for Dowling, and then a winner in Summerside on Monday night for Hughes. So I'm going to put her right on top. She likes the front end and she has the rail. Good odds, 14 to 1. I'm going to go right next door to Ms. Moyes for second right now at 8 to 5, and I like the 5. She's in the Moment for third, and Braley. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 5 in here. Okay, good odds board here. 7 to 1 on the 1 Elm Grove Mistress off that win, and 56 and 1 for Dowling. That line to be announced is a win on the front end for Jason Hughes just on Monday night in Summerside. It was a great trip. So she's gone back to back, so I like her on top. 7-1 currently. Ms. Moyes 2-1, now 5-2. 6-1 on Philly 47. Miami Sealster, the long shot at 15-1, 2-1 currently on the 5. She's in the moment. Better Than Men. Todd Walsh already a winner on the card earlier tonight, the driver and trainer. In this race, he is Corey McPherson down to drive Better Than Men. Good odds right now, 9-1. She's having a real good season. And Atlantic Star and McGuigan, they are a good price right now at 2-1. We're getting close here in our feature. Really good group here lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 11th race. Let's send it back over to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Mistress, Ms. Moyes, Philly 47, Miami Sealster. She's in the moment. Better Than Men, Atlantic Star outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing, the inside pair are leaving out. Elm Grove Mistress and Ms. Moyes to the turn. Philly 47 is third. Miami Sealster has fourth. Atlantic Star on the outside fifth. Then sixth, she's in the moment. And the trailer is Better Than Men. So they step to the backstretch. Elm Grove Mistress is the leader, but flying, and I mean flying on the outside. Atlantic Star quickly to the lead. From Mike McGuigan, they take over, approaching the quarter. Second is Elm Grove Mistress. Now in third, at the rail is Ms. Moyes. Racing fourth, that's Philly 47. They arrived at the quarter in a solid one. 28-2 was the opening quarter. Atlantic Star, the fraction setter. Elm Grove Mistress is second, then third is Ms. Moyes. There goes Philly 47 to make her move to the outside fourth. Picking up the cover on the outside fifth as she's in the moment. Miami Sealster sixth, trailing seventh. That is Better Than Men. They're halfway home, led by Atlantic Star in 57-2. Racing second is Elm Grove Mistress on the outside. That's Philly 47 third. On the cones fourth is Ms. Moyes. She's in the moment, has taken over fifth. Now sixth on the outside is Better Than Men. Trailing the field, Miami Sealster, 3/4 coming next. Atlantic Star getting them there. Elm Grove Mistress is second. Philly 47 has stalled on the outside third. Ms. Moyes at the rail fourth. 3/4 up in one. 26-4. And they're homeward bound. Atlantic Star the leader. Elm Grove Mistress coming to the outside. Up the rail. Ms. Moyes third. Deep stretch. Now on the wire next. Here's the Blue Knight with Elm Grove Mistress on the line to win. Second, that's Ms. Moyes. Up for third. That she's in the moment. That's the Kurt Hughes Trajector. 157 flat.
Well, she is the hottest horse here on Prince Edward Island. Wow, what another great trip from the one Elm Grove Mistress, and she's done it in 3 different ways here over the last week. She did it from post 4 for David Dowling, 2 back, got away in the 2-hole, ended up sitting third, came first up and got the job done. Monday night, she got the job done right on the front end, and tonight Hughes sets up shop in the 2-hole as he lets Atlantic Star and McGuigan cut the fractions 28-2, 57-2, 126-4, and Hughes and Elm Grove Mistress pulled pocket at the top of the lane, and they're going to go right on by here to get the job done for back-to-back-to-back wins for Elm Grove Mistress. Tonight she gets it done in 157. Ms. Moyes at 3 early. They move up the pass lane at the top of the stretch, and they get the deuce. and a hard closing. She's in the moment, gets the show dough. So yeah, it is a 1-2-5 here in the 11th.
Well, she just loves to win, this mare. Elm Grove Mistress, arriving at the 11th race winner's circle, a bay pacing mare, 7 years. The daughter of Articulator is off the Real Desire Dam, Aquatic Lightning, owned by Jennifer Doyle and Danny Bird of Vernon Bridge. Jennifer does the training, and the Blue Knight, Jason Hughes, does the driving. Time for the mile in 1:57. Now 3 in a row. Elm Grove Mistress in the 11th. Now, the official results in the 11th. Elm Grove Mistress, the winner. Ms. Moyes was second. Philly 47 fifth. Miami Sealster 7th. She's in the moment third. Better Than Men was 6th. Atlantic Star 4th, 28 and 2. 57 and 2. 126 and 4. And the mile 157. In review, 125, 73, 64. Elm Grove Mistress 960. The exactor 1750. That Kurt Hughes try at 4270. Superfecta 1788. The finale's next in 8 minutes.
Okay, we are back here. Race 12 coming up next. We want to tell you about the weekend action here at Red Shores in Charlottetown. We have a 13 program on slate for Saturday night. First race post is 6 p.m. and the features a dandy in race 12. No planned intended has the rail for Jason Hughes. Screen test from post 2 and Corey McPherson. Moonrider has post 3 for Kenny Murphy. Stash It Away, Mark Campbell from post 4. And Island Beach Boy and Gilles Barrio round out that strong field of 5 in the feature on Saturday night. Again, first race post is 6 p.m. And then we have a Monday night card in Summerside. It's a 12-pack, and first race post is 6 p.m.
The 12th race on the track for the post parade. 1 is Scratch. 2, I'll Tell Me Ma, owned by Scott Dunn of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson. Jules Barrio drives. You Ain't Dolly. 3 is owned by Kelsey Curran of Peaks. David Amadio of Port Morion, Nova Scotia, trained by Brendan Curran. Mark Bradley driving. Better Than Glamour. 4 is owned by Joanne and Marion Stewart of Albany, trained by Cliff Murphy. Kenny Murphy up. 5 is Scratch. 6, Locker Up, is owned by Jamie Kennedy of Charlottetown. Kenny Arsenault training and driving. 7 is Salzbrook Velveeta, owned by Darren McKenzie of Charlottetown, trained by Todd Walsh. Jason Hughes. Number 8, The Lady Sheriff, owned by Elizabeth Courtney from Maddox Cove, Newfoundland. Mark Campbell trains and drives. Down to 4 minutes wagering time on race number 12 for the post. Kurt Hughes is coming up next with a super high 5. Kurt, I seen your earlier selection, so once again you'll have to change them up. I see them on the board. I just have that funny feeling, Kurt, it could be number 3 for you in that super high 5 tonight. Good luck.
Well, thank you very much, Vance. We got a better shot at it now with a couple scratches in there. We're scratched down to a field of 6, and yeah, there's a look at my super high 5 ticket here in race 12. I'm going to go with the Lady Sheriff. She's just been great since coming to the island from the States, and so I'll look for that to continue here tonight. If you look at her lines, if Campbell uses her at the right time, works out the right trip, I don't think she likes to be too aggressive early in the mile. If Campbell can save it and trip her out, I think she'll get the job done here tonight. But when he forces her early to step on the gas pedal, she always gives it up late. And so if you look down her lines at the very bottom, he tripped her out, came first up, was a winner by a nose in 56. But that last start there, he pulled out of the 3-hole, went to the front, and she just got a little tired late in the mile. And then the start prior to that, from post 8, he got away 8 by 14, and she rallied strong on that day, 28-1 for a mile of 56-1. So if he uses her at the right time, I think he can get the job done in here tonight. So he moves into post 6 with this small field. I don't think he has to be too aggressive with her. So I like her on top. I'm going to go to the 2 even money right now. I'll Tell Mima. Post 8 last time out, ended up 5th last week, 58-3, but had the rail 2 weeks ago, which she's going to have here tonight with the scratch of the 1. She just got collared late in 56-1 by Outrageous Style, so I like her as well. So I'm going to put her for second. I like the 3, You Ain't Dolly, putting together some real nice miles, 57 back-to-back weeks, 56-3 prior to that, and down at the bottom she reeled off 2 in a row. So she's a real nice mare as well. Bradley will drive. So I like her for third. I'm going to go right next door to Better Than Glamour and Kenny Murphy. This is one that's been shipping in from Summerside. Scratch last time out, 4th prior to that in 58. Moves into the Cliff Murphy stable. So I like Better Than Glamour for 4th. And then I'm going to go with the 7, Salzbrook Velveeta and Hughes at long odds. And Todd Walsh. Todd's been doing great things with these horses that he buys and brings home to the island, and she's been putting together real nice miles, a win and 2 seconds in her last 4 starts. So I'm going to go with an 8, 2, 3, 4, 7 here in our finale for my super high 5. Okay, just got a note passed along to me that Gerard Griffin, you are a winner, one of our Pick 5 winners here tonight, and you can pick up your prize at the rewards desk. So, Gerard Griffin, congratulations on winning the Pick 5 here tonight. You can pick up your prize at the rewards desk. Billy Mayer is lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's finale and the second of two super high fives. Over to Vance Cameron for the call.
I'll tell me ma, you ain't Dolly, better than glamour. Lock her up. Salzbrook Velveeta, the lady sheriff, top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Finale time. The rough and pacing, I'll tell me ma, leaving out, you ain't Dolly is second, better than glamour third, into the turn fourth is Lock Her Up, fifth is Salzbrook Velveeta, then the trailer, that is the lady sheriff. So they settle in early here in the nightcap, up the backstretch they go, led by I'll Tell Me Ma for Gilberto. Racing from second is You Ain't Dolly, now in third, better than glamour, Lock Her Up has fourth, Salzbrook Velveeta goes fifth, trailing the field, that is the lady sheriff. On by the opening quarter, I'll Tell Me Ma, the post-time favorite, right on the choo-choo here, 29 and 1 opened it up. They're arriving at 3/8, led by I'll Tell Me Ma. The two-hole ride belongs to You Ain't Dolly, better than glamour third, Lock Her Up fourth, Salzbrook Velveeta fifth, then to the outside sixth, that's the lady sheriff. They're halfway home, led by I'll Tell Me Ma. You Ain't Dolly races second. Better than glamour at the rail third. On the outside to pick up fourth, that's the lady sheriff. Lock Her Up's in fifth, and Salzbrook Velveeta to the outside trails 59 and 1 for half a mile. Up the backstretch they go. I'll Tell Me Ma, the leader. The lady sheriff on the outside at her wheel. In the pocket third, You Ain't Dolly. Better than glamour is tipped out fourth, Lock Her Up fifth, and Salzbrook Velveeta trailing the field. 3/4 up in 1, 28 and 4. They round the turn for the second and the final time, 1/8 of a mile out, and the leader, I'll Tell Me Ma, the lady sheriff is second. Third at the rail, You Ain't Dolly, deep in the stretch, I'll Tell Me Ma, and the Maritime Magic Man, Barrio, go all the way. The lady sheriff was second. Better than glamour up third. 1:57.4.
Well, they just missed from the rail 2 weeks ago. Just got collared late, finishing second by a neck. I'll Tell Me Ma and David Dowling on that night, 56 and 1. She put together a nice mile tonight from the rail. Here with the scratch of the one, Barrio right on the front end, 29 and 1 as expected, 59 and 1, 128 and 4. I thought Mark Campbell would drive this mare exactly how he did here tonight. It was a perfect drive. She was grinding it out here from post 6, and she put together a real nice mile, but it wasn't enough as I'll Tell Me Ma digs in and fends off that challenge from the 8. the Lady Sheriff and gets it done here. Closing quarter, 29 flat, 157 and 4. I'll Tell Mima picks up her third win of the campaign. I'll Tell Mima and Barrio, they close down Charlottetown here on a Thursday night, 2-5 on the board. The 8th, the Lady Sheriff, is second. Better Than Glamour is third. You Ain't Dolly, fourth. And Salzbrook Velveeta does finish fifth in here. So it's a 2-8-4-3-7 super high five here in the 12th.
I'll Tell Me Ma comes back to the 12th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Mare, 6 by Ameripan Gigolo from the Riverboat Kingdom River Swing. Almost got done of Montague, trained by Colin Johnson. Jill's Barrio, second winner on the night for the double, 157 and 4. I'll Tell Me Ma in the nightcap. Now the official results in the 12th, Lions Jenny Lee was scratch. I'll Tell Me Ma the winner. You Ain't Dolly fourth. Better Than Glamour third. Salzbrook Ocean was scratch. Lock Her Up sixth. Salzbrook Velveeta was fifth. The Lady Sheriff second. 29 and 1, 59 and 1, 128 and 4, and the mile 157 and 4. In review, it's scratch 1-4, 3 scratch 6, 5-2. I'll Tell Me Ma paid $2.90. The exactor was $5.20, triactor $15.80. The super high five, $16.64. The late daily double paid $8.80. And that completes our live presentation on this night here at the driving park. Live racing continues Saturday evening. Opening post time is 6 o'clock. Tonight's par mutual handle, $45,359. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Charlottetown Driving Park, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron bidding you a safe journey home.